Right, hello. Back for some more Sveltekit, a bit of web dev stuff. What we've been doing the last couple of streams is revisiting the Svelte tutorial. Basically just going through all of the interactive tutorial that they've built out for the official Svelte website. Just to make sure we haven't missed anything. Two kind Rinks. How are you? Yeah, it's been a long time. I have caught the start of some of your streams, but it's similar kind of problem. I think when you start your streams, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning for me, so I just about see it, and then I'm like, I need to go. You've been doing that hidden object game, which I can't remember what it's called. How's that going? Yeah, I imagine we've got complete opposite time zones, unfortunately. I think during the week I might be able to start doing slightly earlier times. But I'd have to change up my well, it all depends on sleep schedules and work shifts. Hidden Secrets, that's what it's called, yeah. It's much worse than 2. What makes it so much worse? Is it just worse storyline, or is it impossible to find the items, or too easy? I wonder if, because there's a game dev that I sometimes follow called Samyam, and she's done a horror hidden object game. I'm just wondering if it's possible. Worst storyline. Oh no, the voice acting's much worse. Okay, that's not not the best thing. Where? I'm sure it was just recently. Is it this one? Or is it on live? Hidden object. It's like a horror hidden object game. How has it disappeared? Maybe she's taken it down. That's so weird. Oh, here we go. Was it just a short? No, there was a full video for it as well. Maybe it's this one.
Dialpad has completely transformed how we support customers.
Yeah, okay. Can you play the game? Yeah, hidden effigies. So just like basically showing
have been around for a long time.
So I think Samyam gets sponsorships from Unity to use Unity assets and try and make a game quickly in Unity.
A special guest at the end of the video to play the game, so stay tuned.
It could be
The legend.
4 games.
So basically you just got to go around this house and find your items along the bottom. I think it's going to be quite short, but it is a little horror game. I don't know I don't know how fun it's going to be. It looks pretty good. I'll leave it in there if you wanted to check it out. Yeah. So you're actually, it's like a 3D. You're walking around and you've got to find the items where they are in the room. I don't think it'll be too long. Yeah, it could be quite interesting. But yeah. Have you been doing any more game jams or game dev stuff? I had a little look at the GMTK game jam, and I was really tempted to go for it, but just the 48-hour time frame is way too short for me. So I sat down as soon as the theme was announced and did a bit of brainstorming, but all of my ideas were like, there's no way I can do the scope, even if I cut down. You did a short thing, but Andy didn't make it on time. Oh no. Fair enough. Was that like a short time frame game jam? I think the 72 hours that we get at Luden Dare is probably the minimum I'd want. As soon as I sat down with GMTK, I was like, there's no way I'm going to get anything working done in time. I think at least until I've built a template out. If I've got some proper templates in Unity that I can just like spin up and just start doing mechanics, then it'll be fine. But also like, you did help with one that was 2 days, but yeah, it's very short. But then there's also like, I was thinking if I do GMTK, which is the 48-hour one, I was like, I'm just going to keep all of the artwork as just like basic shapes. It's going to make it nice and easy. And then as soon as I opened up A-Sprite, I was like, but I want to make something that's better than that. I think just it's so easy to sink a load of hours into pixel art. I'm like, while I'm doing it, I could be brainstorming ideas and it'll be fine. I'll be I'll be able to do it. But then it's like, yeah, I just want to make this animation really feel proper. I'm tempted. There is, if you know Pirate Software, they run, their game jams are like 2 weeks long. And it's specifically like the first week is to create the design document for the game. And the second week is for the implementation of it. So it's more like a long paced out one. It's not really about like going full hog on it. Let's do shout out Pirate Software. That might work. Yeah. But yeah, they've got this this website that I keep on referring back to about game development that's really useful. And Thor's the guy who runs the Twitch channel, and basically just goes through and talks about how the development journey is for them, all that kind of stuff. Like some interesting topics about game development and ways to do it as like an indie. Yeah, this is the website as well. Yeah, some really useful stuff in here. But yeah, they run a game jam every now and then. Actually, I think it's on that site, Game Jam. I think it's live at the moment. Yeah. So they started on the 17th and ends at the end of the month. Where's the theme? Do no harm this time. But yeah, I think they do multiple game jams a year. So hopefully I'll be a bit more prepped for the next one. And I might give it a try. But at the moment I've just got some website stuff that I need to get done and out the way. So then I can move on to Game Jam a bit more full time. Right. So last streams we were running through the basic and advanced Svelte tutorials here. And as a quick summary, Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if I do feel like doing pixel art, there's always going to be opportunities to bring in non-pixel art stuff in, like the menus and the title screens and stuff like that. So I'd definitely be keen. We'd have to figure out time schedules properly though. Hi, New Duck. How's it going? This is the Learn Svelte site. Oh, fair enough. Sounds good. Yeah, I'd be interested to see if we could get like a team together from, because there's quite a few indie devs around Lundare that I feel like are like trying out their own stuff. This site or the develop.game site, I guess. Oh yeah. Oh, it's weird. Replies don't come through on Restream chat, so I just got to check on. There's a Discord. I always find it a bit tricky following Discords, because I end up just joining. Oh, I'd be keen for that. Yeah, it's opening up. The thing is, I also would feel a bit bad joining a team with developers who have a bit more experience than me, because oh nice, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I think I want a couple more jams under my belt so that I don't feel like I'm gonna drag down any teams. Ah. That's fair. Yeah, it all depends. Like, I think that the next Lundare, I've got. I want to have a template set up and be ready for it. So we'll see about that one, but. Yeah. I guess it's all about self-confidence with it as well. I know that my Unity code, at least for the last Ludendale one, was absolutely atrocious. Like, if you could have seen the code, it was so embarrassing. But it's kind of because it was really short in time, so I was just like, I'm just going to write something that I know is going to work, and I don't really care. Oh, thank you. I don't know where invites come through on. Or did you send it in? Oh, you whispered it. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Game Jam Central. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, definitely check that out. Nice. Right, so I'm gonna get started on the tutorial, because otherwise I feel like I can be distracted forever with game dev talk. So we were looking at the Svelte official tutorial. We've run through the lessons on Svelte. No, still go ahead. I'm quite happy to continue chatting, but I'm gonna try and read through little bits of this as well. So Svelte is used as, it's like a JavaScript framework, but it's kind of slightly different in the fact that once you do your development and use the Svelte compiler, it basically takes all your development code, compiles it into small, efficient JavaScript modules that are optimized, and then that's what gets pushed up to your server, so that when people visit your sites, rather than having all the framework bundled into the code, it's just like small, efficient, really high functioning JavaScript, and you don't have to worry about having to manually do that all yourself. Gives you a really nice dev experience and a really nice end product. So that's basically what Svelte does, and we're now moving on to the basic Sveltekit stuff. So Sveltekit is the app framework that sits on top of the Svelte component framework. So it solves tricky problems of building something production ready. For example, the routing, server-side rendering, data fetching, all of this stuff it does automatically in the background for you, which makes it nice and easy. Yeah. It's data fetching, service workers, TypeScript integration, pre-rendering, single page apps. We're going to go into more details in the tutorial for this. Sveltekit apps are server rendered by default, like traditional multi-page apps. So for excellent first load performance and SEO characteristics, but then transition to client-side navigation, like modern single page applications, to avoid jankily reloading everything, including things like third-party analytics code when the user navigates. They can run anywhere. Okay, they can run anywhere that JavaScript runs, though as you'll see, your users may not need to run any JavaScript at all. Right, so we'll start simple and add new features as we need them. So this is the standard project structure of a Sveltekit project. Pretty standard for most projects. You have your source files and then a static folder for anything like pictures and images that you're going to use in the rest of your site. And then if you've used Node before, you have your package.json file that tells your project which Node modules you're using and what versions they are, so that when it's built on the server, it knows which packages to install to run your code. But we also have the Vite and Svelte config files here, which I'm sure we'll go into. So the package.json is familiar if you've worked with Node before. List dependencies, including Svelte and Sveltekit, and a variety of scripts for interacting with the command line interface. So at the moment, we're running this function, or this script, in this bottom window. So we are basically building the dev version of our project and displaying it here. It also specifies type module, which means that JS files are treated as native JavaScript modules by default, rather than the legacy common JS format. It's not really that important. It's just something that you can leave in your config files and leave it running. So we also have a svelte.config.js file, and that contains your project configuration. We don't need to worry about this file now. Basically, I mean, what it's got in here at the moment is extra stuff that we wouldn't have in a standard project. So where I've got my standard project here, if we look at the file, we're just telling it to use our preprocessor, which tells it to use the Vite, which is like a roll-up bundling program. And we're giving it an adapter, which at the moment we're taking from adapter auto, which is just like the default, which tells it basically when we are compiling our file into a build for the server, it tells it different formats. So if we wanted to host this on Vercel, for example, there'd be an adapter Vercel rather than adapter auto, and it will build your file with that hosting in mind to add in the additional settings that you'd need. But yeah, most of the time you won't need to dig into these 3 files. And then our Vite config contains the Vite configuration. Because it uses Vite, you can use Vite features like hot module replacement, TypeScript support, static asset handling, and so on. That's quite useful. Definitely going to look into that in a bit. But I think this is where you can tell it like CSS pre-compilers and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to use Sass or less, I'm fairly sure you can put it into the Vite hot module stuff. No, not hot module. I'm sure it might be in the compiler options. But yeah, I'm not going to look too much into the detail in that just yet, because I feel like there's some slightly more in-depth concepts than what we've got here. And then we have our SRC folder, which is where all the source code goes. The way that Svelte sets out the source code is you have a roots folder that tells your site how navigation is going to work, and then your big app.html is just your standard HTML file. These ones in this example are going to be a little bit different to what a standard project would be, just because they have to have all the stuff in here that helps it run in browser in a separate window, whereas most of the time we'll just be running our own build just directly as the website. So if I have a look in my setup here, our app.html will be much simpler. We don't have the CSS in here. We just have a pretty standard HTML file, a couple of meta tags and links, and the only odd things here would be the Sveltekit tags that go in. But we'll come to those, I'm fairly certain, in the tutorial. And then we have a static folder for assets. And we will go into routing and stuff like that. So that's all good. Right. I feel like this should be loading something though. There you go. So this is our welcome to Svelte Sveltekit, which is in our root folder here. And all this is rendering on this page is this doc type. So this HTML document. And in our Svelte body tag, we get our page.svelte component inserted. So that's how it's rendering onto here. Right, onto routing. Sveltekit uses file system based routing, which means that the roots of your app, in other words, what the app should do when a user navigates to a particular URL, are defined by the directories in your codebase. Every plus page.svelte file inside roots creates a page in your app. In this app, we currently have one page, which is the default, which maps to /, so just our index location. If we navigate to our about location, we'll get a 404. So if we try and navigate to about, it doesn't exist because there's no root for it. So we go back to our home page. Do here. We can see that this is the page that's rendered here. Now, if we want to add an about root, we'd make a new folder in here we've called it about. And within this about folder, we have to make our page.svelte file. And now, even though there's no content in it, we don't get a 404 error anymore, because the site knows where to find this about file. So if we wanted to, we could do, oh, what, can I not add another one? Oh, that's weird. It doesn't let me add. Wait, how did I add a new one before? I swear I just right clicked. Maybe they lock it once you've done it. Let's see, we reset. Ah, yeah, these options disappear, don't they? So let's say we had a contact page. Ah, okay. It's limited with the tutorial. It's trying to get us to do exactly what we need to do. Yeah, so that's all we wanted to do. It was an about file. And within the about file, make a page.svelte file. It's going to let us. Oh, I think I bugged it now. Come back. So let's just click solve. So we have this about page.svelte file. And in here, all we've done is copy and pasted the homepage stuff and updated to say about, and this is the about page. So if we reload that page, we now have the about page here. If we got rid of the nav at the top, this about page would just have the inputs here. And yeah, that's how routing works. So unlike traditional multi-page apps, navigating to /about and back updates the contents of the current page like a single page app. This gives us the best of both worlds: fast server-rendered startup and then instant navigation. And you can configure that. So rather than the page reloading when you navigate around, it's just swapping out the modules. So if we go back to our example here, where at the moment what I've done is we've set up some routes. So in this file, we've got an examples, lookup, part 1, part 2 templates. And the idea, eventually, once I've finished all the tutorials, is I'm going to come back and fill these in with some of the lessons, which I did start on doing some of them. So these are some of the examples that we've run through in the lesson so far. But yeah, so navigating around these pages is pretty quick. It doesn't feel like we're loading new pages, just because it's only the things that are changing that are getting reloaded. But if we click on a new page we haven't been to before, then I think we get a full reload. Let me just look in our network tab. So this is one of the things that Sveltekit does well, is rather than waiting for the user to click on a page, we actually download the pages as a user hovers on a link. So because I hovered on nesting component, the site has gone off to the server, which in this case is running locally, and downloaded all these Svelte files that are needed for this nested components page. So even before I click on it, we've basically loaded the whole page just into our local memory. So when I click on it, it can load it immediately. So if we go back to here, I assume some of these pages aren't loaded. Let's see if I go over these, we'll see anything loading. No. Maybe if I go back to home and I can do a hard reload now. So we'll clear all the data that's been downloaded, and as we hover over pages, we should see, yep. So this advanced Svelte page has loaded a different layout and a different index page. So when we click on it, we can see this other layout is loaded. But when we hover over basic Svelte, because we've already loaded that page, it doesn't reload it. So hopefully that's understandable. If I hover over all of these, you can see it all loads in, even though I haven't actually navigated to those pages. So it's trying to like preempt what the user's doing. Obviously, if you have like a really dense, heavy page in this, you might want to disable some of the preloading, so it doesn't just load something that takes it like 3 minutes to load. I don't know if it's reloading stuff or it's just because I don't know why it keeps adding new stuff. That's the other question. It's not stuff that it's loaded before, so maybe it's nesting lower and lower into the page that's about to be loaded. So like arrays.svelte. Opening sources. We can see that's part of part 1. But this is in numbers reduced. So it's this function here that we're loading in. So I'm assuming it loaded the page, and then the next time I hovered over it, it loaded the page's dependencies as well. But I think we'll get back to that in the official tutorial. I think we've diverted enough here. Right. Yeah, so that's what we're saying. So navigating to about and back updates the contents of the current page as though it's a single page app. So the first page that load is pre-rendered on the server, and then any hovers and any returns to the page are all done client side. So layouts. Different routes of your app will often share common UI. Instead of repeating it on each page component, so like this nav bar, we can use a layout Svelte component instead that applies to all routes within the same directory. So if we put a layout.svelte in our routes file, it will apply to every single page regardless of where it is. But if we do a layout in the about file, it will only apply to the about page, and the home page won't have that style. In this app, we have 2 routes, the routes page.svelte and the about page.svelte, that contain the same navigation UI. So let's create a new file in our routes directory, and we're going to call this layout.svelte. And in this, we're going to copy our nav. We're going to take it out of here as well. Right, so now we have our nav directory. And at the moment, it doesn't look like it's working. It is letting us navigate between the two. But what we're missing here is the special slot element. And what this tells us, we add it in, and if we do type it correctly, this tells the site, if we're on the about page, then load the page.svelte elements into this point in our layout. So we're basically saying this is rendered on every page, and then render the page content below. If we put the slot above the content on this, we'd see our page content first, and then the nav bar at the bottom. Right. Slot element is where the page content will be rendered. Yes. A layout.svelte file applies to every child route, including the sibling page.svelte if it exists. You can nest Svelte layouts to arbitrary depth. So I'm not sure they're going to let me do it here. But if we go back to our example page again, we have a layout.svelte here. So this is in our root folder. And this has the links of the different parts of the tutorial, and then links to examples and lookup. So if we go to our page here, I'm doing this without stars because I think it's clearer to see what the functionality is rather than having loads of CSS, making it a bit more confusing. So this nav at the top here, this list of links, is rendered on every single page because it is our root layout file. So no matter what page we click on, well, if they exist, we'll always have this at the top and we can jump through. But if we click on part 1, for example, this list of pages, another like nav option, will exist in our part 1 layout file. So what this is saying is always render this unordered list of links and then fill in the content into the slots. And if we're in our part 1 directory, then we'll also have this layout, which will be filled into that previous slot and add any individual pages below it, which for the home page has nothing for the root of the part 1 directory. But if we go into a specific lesson, for example, introduction, then this is placed in the layout slot here, and then all of this is placed in the layout slot here. So that's why we have these the page component and elements, then our part 1 navigation layout, and then our root layout. So hopefully that makes sense. So that's nested layouts. So up next, root parameters. To create roots with dynamic parameters, use square brackets around a valid variable name. For example, a file like roots blog slug plus page.svelte will create a root that matches blog 1, blog 2, blog 3, and so on. So let's create that file. So in our blog, we want to create a folder that we're going to call slug. And then within slug, we're going to create our page.svelte file. This is the content of the page. And we're just going to put an h1 tag in here that has our blog post. Blog post. And now, rather than having to individually make a 1, 2, 3 routing folder, we can just pass in our parameters. So if we go to blog/1, it knows to use this page regardless of what's here. So this slug is just a variable name. But if we go back to, so we can now navigate to blog 1, 2, or 3, which might render different things, which we're going to see in the loading data. But we don't have to create individual folders for each of those roots, which might be what I need to do for this. So rather than having all this massive list, there'll be an easier way to lay these all out. Right, multiple root parameters can appear within one URL segment as long as they are separated by at least one static character. So if we went to blog slash and then this could be a date. So this could be like 2023 and what one valid static character. So if we did like the date like this, what's today's date? 27th? 29th. We could send the user to a specific blog post, and within our slug here, our folder structure here, we could have blog and then square brackets year, and then within that square brackets, we could have square brackets year dash square brackets month dash day. And we could feed these three parameters into a function lookup that would allow us to retrieve a specific blog for that post, which we'll see as we go forward here. So loading data. At its core, Sveltekit's job boils down to three things: routing, loading, and rendering. So routing figures out which route matches an incoming request. So based on the URL, where is the user trying to go to? Loading gets the data needed by that specific route, and rendering generates the HTML on the server or updates the DOM in the client-side browser based on what's required. We've seen how routing and rendering work. Let's talk about the middle part, loading. So every page on your app can declare a load function in a page.server.js file alongside the page.svelte file. As the name suggests, this module only ever runs on the server, including for client-side navigations. Let's add a server file in our blog folder so that we can replace the hard-coded links in our blog route with actual blog post data. So in our blog folder, we have our page.svelte file, which is here. No, it's here. This is one of the issues though with this formatting. Yeah, this is it. Which actually in VS Code you can get extensions that swap around the folder structure, but because you have your folders at the top, figuring out what level of nesting the file you're currently in is can be a little bit tricky. I mean, most IDEs it's a bit more obvious because you can just follow the lines down. So if we wanted the page.svelte file in our part 1, you can just follow the line all the way down and see that these are in that folder. So this is part 1 page.svelte. But it's not necessarily the easiest. What have we broken here? That's all. It's all okay. So in blog page.svelte, this file, we want to add a script tag. Oh no, this is a separate file. Sorry. So in blog, we're making a new file and we're calling this page.server.js. So this is code that we want to run on the server when the user visits the blog route. So in here, we're going to import our posts from data.js, which we can see in the same directory. It's that // helps if I got it in the quotation marks. No, just want one. There we go. So this is just an array of posts which have the slug name, the title, and the content. So we're importing that array of posts and we're exporting a function called load. And when we call this function, it's going to return to us the summaries, which is post.map posts and this post.slug And title is going to be, oh, title. I can type today. Post.title. Right. So what this is saying is when we call the load function from this on the server, it's going to return to us an array of posts from this list as the name of the post, the slug, and the title of the post. So it's going to return an array of just those objects, I think. So for the sake of tutorial, we're importing data from this file, but in a real app, you'd probably be loading from a database or a content management system. But for now, we're just doing like this as the example. Now, what we're probably going to do is we're going to be going to here, and rather than having 1, 2, and 3 here, we're going to be opening up a script tag here, which allows us to run our JavaScript. And I assume we're going to run the load function, and using that load function, we're going to have we're going to iterate over the array of slug names and titles, and we're going to fill in this li rather than having them hard coded. So if we scroll down a bit here, we're probably going to see that. Yep. So we're going to export let data, and then instead of this list, we're going to have an each block here, and for each of the data summaries, slug and title. So this is saying loop through the array of summaries that we get back from our data object. So this summaries array that has objects of slug and title based on the arrays in here. So for each of those, we want to have an li that within it has an anchor tag with a link. Log, and then slug name. And then we're going to close our tag. Within the tag, we're going to have the title of the post. And then we're going to close our anchor tag. And then we're going to close our each block. Right. So as when we load the page, we're going to retrieve our data from the server, which returns this summaries onto our data. So then we loop through the summaries array, and on each loop through, we are filling this variable with the value of slug from here, which the first one's going to be welcome, second one's going to be safety, third one's going to be cake in this instance. And we're going to fill our title at the same time. So the first one, welcome to Aperture Science, which we can see here. Then the safety notice, which you can see here. And then the title, this was a triumph, which we can see here. And in the link that the tag takes you to, it's going to fill as /blog/slug. So when we click on a link, our location in our URL is going to be updated to that post. So I think lastly in here we're going to fill in the actual content, which if we look at how we've done it here, we could probably work it out. So we got our data, our layout, and our slot. So I think we want to pass, it'll be something like data.content that we pass in here as a variable. So it's going to be maybe something like content equals data.content. And then in here, we'd have script tag. I'm just guessing here based on what we've done before. So this is going to be export let content. And then we're going to like render our content here. But obviously there's some other bits that we're going to have to fill out here. We're going to have to pass the slug value in somewhere. So let's see how we do that. So now let's do the same for the post page. So on our page, oh, we need a server file here. Right, that might be what I was missing. So we're adding our page.server.ts. Server.js, sorry. And within this file, we're reading our posts again, which we can probably improve this rather than having to take this each time. So data.js, and we're going to export our load function. Load. And this is going to take a params object, const post equals post.find post, and post.slug equals params.slug. Right. So this is saying why do we have post? Yeah, I thought we were going to have posts somewhere. Right, so this is saying for the posts array, which is in data.js that we saw before, this whole array here, run the find function where we look at each entry in the array, we look at the slug parameter of that array. So look at welcome, and then safety, and then cake. And we return true from this find if the slug is equal to the slug variable in our URL, which is this params.slug value here. Oh. So in this case, this function returns true for the post that has the slug of value welcome on this current page. And when that's true, it returns that one item of the array into this variable post. And then we're going to return that variable to the page. So this passes the matching post if it exists, because the user could go to like welcomed, for example, and then there wouldn't be a match here. And yeah, almost there with this. So we're not passing in the content this way. We're going to get rid of that out there. What we're doing instead is just receiving the data directly into here. And rather than saying blog post, we're going to put data.title, data.post.title, post.title. And instead of our content, we're going to have a div, which is going to execute. It's going to render as HTML with that directive there. our data.post.content. So this is saying take this content here, which are these p tags, render them on the page, but treat this string as though it's HTML. So that's why we get 2 paragraph tags rather than, if we take out this directive, we should just get the full string with the p tags. Cool. So yeah, there's one last detail we need to take care of. The user might visit an invalid path name like blog/nope, in which case we'd like to respond with a 404 page instead. So rather than 500, which is the error, we'd want to route this to an error page that it gives a 404. So we can do that again in our page.server. Here we can say if post doesn't exist, so i.e. this lookup has failed, it's returned false for all of the items in the posts array. And when we do that, we want to throw an error, so we need to import our Sveltekit error function from @svelte.js/kit. And if error, we want to throw an error which gives a 404 status. So there we go. Now that we've set that up, we're now getting a 404 not found error rather than the 500 internal server error. Cool. Okay, and then there's more things we can do with error, but we'll figure that out later on, which will be probably errors and redirects down there. So up next, layout data. Oh, actually, this is probably what we were trying to do previously when I was looking at putting the content in here. Just as layout.svelte creates, just as the layout file creates a UI for every child root, a layout.server file loads data for every child root. Okay. Suppose we'd like to add a more posts sidebar to our blog post page. It's quite a tongue twister, some of these tutorials. We could return summaries from the load function in page.server.js like we do in our blog, but that would be repetitive because we'd have to do it in every single slug file. No worries. Thanks for dropping by and lurking and chatting away. Hopefully see you a bit more soon. I'm going to try and get on to doing some game dev streams as soon as possible. I've got a couple of websites, but yeah, hopefully soon. Until whenever, yeah. Hopefully more often going forward though. Sleep well. Night. I love those dancing crabs. Okay, so suppose we'd like to add a more post sidebar to our blog post page. Yeah, so rather than doing it on each page, we're going to try and put it in our layouts.server file. So let's rename page.server.js to layout.server.js. This file. Note that the blog route continues to work. Data.summaries is still available to the page. Yeah, okay. So I guess with the page.server, we're saying this file applies directly to this page and that page only. But a layout.server says this file applies to everything within this folder blog, which still includes that page.svelte. So that's why it would still be available to the page. But let's rename it. We're going to do layout. And this is just telling the Svelte compiler, based on the name of the page, it tells it to apply it to different parts of the root. So this plus page and plus layout is just Svelte notation, or Sveltekit notation. So don't worry too much about what that's doing. That's just telling the compiler that this is a page to be compiled in a certain way, and this is a layout to be applied a different way. There's a few reserved file names that have this plus in front that is just telling the Sveltekit compiler what to do with that specific file. Now add a sidebar in the layout for the post page. So in our slug layout.svelte, we do this, and then next to the main, we're adding an aside here, which has a link to, well, it has a H2 for more posts, and an unordered list, so bullet points. And this is going to go each data.summaries as slug and title again. And close out our each block. And inside that each block, we want a list item. And within the list item, we want an anchor tag with a reference taking the user to /blog/slug. Don't know where the slug name notation came from. It'd probably be easier to call this like page name or like blog name. And then we could call this blog/blog name, but we'd have to rename this, which we're not allowed to do in this tutorial, so can't do that here. But that's basically all it is. It's just doesn't have to be called slug. It's just a variable name, and common notation is to use that. And we're going to pass in the title of the blog as well, and we're going to close out our a tag. Right, what have we done wrong though? Why are we getting an internal error? Oh, we just had to reload the page. So now what we see, this page, it hasn't changed at all because we've still got the same functionality in our layout. Sorry, this one in our layout.server.js, still same function available. So this data is still being populated. But if we navigate into one of these posts, we should now see this aside that is able to access this data.summaries, which is this function here. Using this load, we return this summaries list. So I'm assuming load is a reserved function here. It's a specific function. Did we get told that? I don't think we did. So now when we navigate to a route, we have our aside here, which is in our layout.svelte file, this thing. And this is our other posts that we can navigate to. But because when we navigate around, I think this isn't being re-rendered, right? I only need to load the data for the post itself, which is these two elements. The layout data is still valid. Okay, so that's quite useful. I just want to check, is there Is it a specific load function? I'm assuming that's reserved. So it's specifically looking in our page files. Export let data. So yeah, normally an export file is where, like for a component, if you have an export on a variable, that means that variable can be set by the wrapping parent component where you call this. But I guess on a page file, that's basically wrapping this page as a component in our server data file here. Sorry, our server file. And it's telling us this data should be populated by this load parameter, this load function, sorry. God, getting the right terminology is always such a nightmare. So when we do this one, our specific page data is still coming from this function, this load function here. But the layout around our data, with our data.summaries array, this data is being populated from this function. So why is this data I wonder if this data is available as well. Like, could we do data.summaries here? And now if we go to one of these links, we have got the three objects there. Title undefined. We do each block here. Data.summaries as title. No, as slug title. Are they here? So we output our titles here. Yeah, so we've got all three. So this data object, we can append more things to it, right? We're getting the post variable returned from this function, but on our layout function, we're getting the summaries variable. So does data just collect up all of the server data and you can access whatever based on the routing? That appears to be the case. So if we went to here, where we can get our data summaries, I assume we can't retrieve this page.server post variable, because that to me shouldn't exist here. Well, also because slug's not populated here, is it? Yeah, it won't be able to find that. I don't even need to try that. Cool, okay. Slightly better idea there. We're going to have a look at invalidation. Rerunning load functions, yeah. So Sveltekit tracks the dependencies of each load function to avoid rerunning it unnecessarily during navigation. For example, given a pair of load functions like these, so this first one is on the specific page of each slug. We're importing our database and we're returning our post for that slug. We're just doing a get post function. And on our layout.server, we are returning the posts array, which is the list of the summaries, similar to what we're doing in the tutorial. Yeah, but because this function here, per page, is using the slug parameter of the page, each time you navigate, so you're changing what the value of slug is, this function is reloaded or rerun, and our data object is updated. So data.post will be updated based on the parameter. But data.posts, because it doesn't rely on any parameter based on where you are, it doesn't need to be rerun. Yeah, because param slugs has changed. The one in layout.server will not, because the data is still valid. That's cool. Load function that calls await parent will also rerun if a parent load function is rerun. Okay. Dependency tracking does not apply after the load function has returned. For example, accessing params.x inside a nested promise will not cause the function to rerun when params.x changes. Okay. That's not something we need to worry about. And then we can manually trigger a rerun. Okay, we don't need to go into too much detail with that. It's only if we get into the weeds with it. Right, next, headers and cookies. We're going to do headers and cookies, and then we'll do the shared modules, and then we'll take a break. So, setting headers. Inside a load function, as well as inform actions, hooks, and API routes, which we'll learn about later, you'll have access to a set headers function, which unsurprisingly can be used to set headers on the response. Most commonly, you use it to customize caching behavior with the cache control response header. But for the sake of this tutorial, we'll do something less advisable and more dramatic, okay? So in our routes page.server file, we're going to load the set headers function, or headers, and we're going to set headers content type and we're going to set it to text/plain. I mean, hopefully we're going to be able to understand what's happening here if we reload. Export function load set headers. Huh? I don't know if that's what's meant to have happened. What are we meant to see happening here? I feel like something... Pay to load routes page.server.js. feel like I've got a typo somewhere. Load set headers. That looks correct to me. And run set headers. Content type. Text plain. That to me looks correct. I might have to copy this. I'm just going to enable copy and paste. I feel like something's meant to be different here. Let's let it reload the web container and see if it's updated at all. Give it a few seconds to start the dev server. It should be starting in a second. Ready? Okay, here we go. Now we see a hello world. I think we're just going to click solve so it does it for us. Right, here we go. Okay. So rather than our headers being rendered as HTML, we are displaying it as plain text. So we get to see our app.html file, which is this. And in our body, we see the script that Svelte runs. So this is just showing that with our set headers function, we can influence what the headers parameters are. But normally we've been doing some other things to do with the cache. Don't know if that's really telling us anything on this site, but we'll continue on anyway. Set headers function can't be used with set cookie header. Instead, you should use the cookies API. Okay, so normally in other websites, you'd probably use this, I assume. So in your load functions, you can read a cookie with cookies.get name and options. So our load, we're going to load in our cookies. And visited equals cookies.get visited. To set a cookie, you use cookies.set name value options. It's recommended that you explicitly configure the path when setting a cookie, since browser's default behavior, somewhat uselessly, is to set the cookie on the parent of the current path. Okay. Firstly, let's reload this. So at the moment, because we haven't set the cookie, we're seeing visited return as false because there is no visited cookie. So if data.visited is true, it will say friend, otherwise it says stranger, and this is currently false because no cookie exists, right? But what we want to do is we say when we visit the page is cookies.set our visited cookie, and we're going to set it to a value of true, and we're going to pass in this path parameter just to say set it at top level. And we need that. Right, if we reload it, it becomes hello friend. I wonder if, can we look here? Wait, you used to be able to look into the details of the cookies. Have they changed that? No, they've not, have they? So if we delete that cookie and reload this, no. Okay, we can't do it here. Calling cookies.set name causes a set cookie header to be written, but it also updates the internal map of cookies, meaning any subsequent calls to cookies get named during the same request will return the updated value. Under the hood, the cookies API uses the popular cookie package. Right. The options passed to cookies.get and cookies.set correspond to the pass and serialized options from the cookie documentation. Sveltekit sets the following defaults to make sure your cookies are more secure. So HTTP only, true. Secure, true. Same site, lax. Okay. So if we go to our cookie package here, we probably see what those options actually mean. So HTTP only, when truthy sets the Boolean value for this attribute for the set cookie, which is which means what though? What does it say what the values of them mean? I don't think we want that here. Be careful when setting this to true, as compliant clients will not allow client-side JavaScript to see the cookie in document.cookie. But we are setting it to true, right? Which means what? I don't think I quite understand what that's doing. Let's see if this has a bit more information or not. Does it have any examples of what that means? I don't like that kind of documentation. It's not clear what it's saying. At least not to me. Okay, secure, true, and same site lax. Let's see if those have any bit more information. Same site specifies the Boolean or string to be the value for the same site set cookie attribute. True will set it to strict for strict same site enforcement. False will will not set it at all. Lax will set it to lax for lax same site enforcement. None. Obviously, lax is a bit too close to the name of that home automation system. I'm not going to say her name again. So strict is the same as true, right? Strict and lax enforcement. Here we go. strict enforcement mode will not be sent along with top-level navigations, which are triggered from cross-site document context. This might or might not be compatible with existing session management systems. In the interest of providing a drop-in mechanism that mitigates the risk of CSR cross-site something attack. Cross-site request forgery. Okay. Lax enforcement provides reasonable defense in depth against CSRF attacks that rely on unsafe HTTP methods like POST, but does not offer robust defense against CSRF as a general category of attack. Attackers can still pop up new windows or trigger top-level navigations in order to create a same-site request. It's only a speed bump along the road to exploitation, and features like link rel pre-render can be exploited to create same-site requests without the risk of user detection. Okay, this is a bit over my head. I have no idea really about the security around cookies. But these are the defaults that we're getting from Sveltekit, so I'm assuming they've been picked for a reason. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of looking into cookie security at the moment. I'm just going to continue on. But yeah, basically we're setting a cookie here and we're reading the content of it. So when we first land on the page, this parameter is filled with the current value of the visited cookie, which if we haven't visited the page before won't exist. So this will be false. Then we set that cookie parameter to the value of true, but we return our parameter here. We return our variable, which won't have taken this update. It'll only have filled in based on what the cookie was at the first load. And we're passing that into our data as a visited bool on top of this. And if it's true, we return friend. If it's false, we return stranger. Cool. Shared modules. I think there's only one of these. Yep. Because Sveltekit uses directory-based routing, it's easy to place modules and components alongside the routes that use them. A good rule of thumb is put code close to where it is used. Sometimes code is used in multiple places. When this happens, it's useful to have a place to put them that can be accessed by all routes without needing prefix imports, i.e. running up and down your folder navigation. In Sveltekit, that place is the source code library folder or directory. Anything inside this directory can be accessed in any module in SRC via the $lib alias. Both page files in this exercise import message.js. But if you, so here where we've got this message from our message.js is importing this variable, hello from libmessage, and we're outputting it here. So we see it here, and if we go to the deeply nested route, we should see, hopefully. No, there's probably an error in it at the moment. So what we're seeing here is we've got to do this navigation up from where we are en route, up to nested, up to deeply, up to A, up to routes, up to source code, down back to lib, and down into message. So that's why we're going all these like go directory up commands here. But what we're saying is because Sveltekit knows that that can happen, we can just replace all of that with this $sign parameter, which basically says look for src/lib, which is what this replacement is. And I think that exists somewhere. that we can find it. I'm sure that there was a way to find where that alias is in a live file, but I can't remember where it goes. Maybe it's here. This is if you want to add more of those kind of aliases in, you can do that. So that's automatically done for the lib folder, but you can also apply it for others. So yeah, if we do the same here, doesn't matter where this file is, it knows to go to slc/lib. So you know, always just go up to there. Cool. Oh, nice forms. Right, so forms 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then API routes, then stores, and then errors and redirects. So let's do a little break here. We're going to grab some water, just take a little break from the screen. I think when I come back, we're going to continue on with forms here, but I might do a little break and have a game of Gamedlel or one of these other Wordle-based games. But yeah, back in a little bit. Let's do screen break, be right back, and countdown. Right, see you in a sec. Right. Let's get back to it. Get these off the screen. Okay, so yeah, let's do a quick break here in terms of Sveltekit stuff. So, what should we play? Maybe give one of these Nerdle a try. Let's do the original. Let's see how we do. I mean, my film knowledge isn't that great. We'll give it a go. So the idea of this is you've got a grid here, and it's like a Connect 4 grid. You got to find matches. There's 5 different groups of 4 in this grid. So obviously one's going to be across the top and then 4 coming down. So there's going to be shared clues on some of them. What are we looking at here? Well, I think we've got 127 hours with this Arm Rock survival hours. I think we got Almost Famous with Kate Hudson. So let's swap survival and famous. We'll swap Rock and Tom Hanks. We've got 127 hours. Chainsaw. I assume Chainsaw and Evil is going to be together. What's going to be our cross clue though? FedEx. FedEx and Tom Hanks and volleyball. Looks like we've got Castaway here. After Soho or Martin Scorsese? Oh, wait. Right, so Evil, Chainsaw, Survival? No. Arm, maybe? Right, okay. Army of Darkness. So our cross clue, I think, is 127 hours. No, it's not, is it? Chainsaw, Kate Hudson, Survival, Rock? Oh yeah, okay. Survival. Is it FedEx? Castaway. And then... there we go. Right, so we've got Bruce Campbell, Evil, Arm, Chainsaw for Army of Darkness. Oh, I didn't realise Bruce Campbell was Ash. Kate Hudson in Almost Famous. Yeah, about Rolling Stone magazine, that was it. That's where Rock comes into it. Soho After Hours, Martin Scorsese. I don't know this film. An ordinary word processor has the worst night of his life. He agrees to visit a girl in Soho. Might be worth watching that. Castaway, obviously. Yeah, I couldn't remember why FedEx, but I remembered it was part of the story. But yeah, and then 127 hours. Cool. And then let's give reversal a go. So this is slightly different. We're looking for common themes. So they're not all about like a certain film. It's a theme between the ideas. So, oh, what could be a theme here? Secret, secret, secret. We've got 3 secrets. Where's the 4th one? Secret window. Okay, so we've got 4 films with secret in the title. Oh, these ads reloading is such a nightmare. We've got... What else? Jurassic World. Ice Age. Dinosaurs, maybe? What else has dinosaurs in it? Don't know about that. Well, let's move one of these secrets into a line here. Actually, let's get all the secrets. Secret in the title. Okay. So Ratatouille, Ice Age, Madagascar is probably going to be something to do with cartoons, right? No. Is Prince of Egypt a cartoon? What's common here? Rats? I don't know what fried green tomatoes is. Let's try that. Okay, this is countries. American Pie. Secret Kingston Secret Window. Oh, this is more confusing when there's like partial matches. Egypt, Scotland, Rwanda, Madagascar. Okay, so that's got to go here. Wait, before I do that swap though, this is a full set of clues. So how would we get... Oh, because Secret Life of Pets, right, okay. So we put this up here. We do Secret Life of Pets here. And we do Ice Age up here. There we go. Right, so we had countries in the title. Talking animals was the clue, right? Not. This was secret in the title. There's food in the title. Ratatouille, meatballs, fried green tomatoes, American Pie. Nice, okay. And a time period in the title. Ice Age, Modern Times, Jurassic, and Renaissance, right? Very good. Okay, so that's the Cine to Nerdles. Let's do a Gamedlel as well. Let's go for... I mean, I like the guess games, but they're really difficult. We can give it a try. See how we do. So this, basically, we just guess random games to start with. But each time we guess a game, we see what characteristics of that game matches the actual game that we're trying to guess. So let's start with... let's go with Dead by Daylight, because I'm playing a lot of that at the moment. Right, so we want a game that is released earlier than 2016. It could be single player or multiplayer or co-op, but this combination of all 3 is not correct. It's not made in Unreal, it's not made by these people, it's not first or third person. Okay, so we're looking at like a top-down isometric something maybe. It could be 1 or 2 of these themes or multiple of these themes. Not strategy, not indie, and it's not in any of these titles. Right, so action, horror, survival, stealth. It's not on PlayStation, it's not on Xbox, it's not on PC, which is confusing, and it's not on Stadia. I'm thinking mobile game here, and if it's not first or third person, then let's try Clash of Clans. See if we get a view like that. Okay, it's not on mobile, right? I suppose that's the strategy game, yeah, so... it's not isometric or bird. What perspective are we looking at here? It's a full-on top-down. And it's an old console then. I think that's what we're looking for. Let's think of like Grand Theft Auto 1 or 2. Let's do, I think 2 was top down, wasn't it? Let's guess that. No, still isometric. Okay, not newer than 99. So we're looking at the PS2 GameCube era. Or Xbox, the first Xbox. What GameCube games would be top down? Or just actually any top-down game would probably be good to test that perspective. I can't think of any. Or a side scroller maybe. Yeah, maybe a side scroller. So. And on Game Boy Advance, maybe? Or Game Boy... Yeah, what about a Pokemon? What would a Game Boy Advance Pokemon be? Fire Red? Is that too modern? Was Heart Gold on colour? I don't know. Right, what are the new ones? ASMR is newer. Sword Sun, I think, are new. Silver, I think Silver Gold. Ruby Sapphire? Is that Xbox? Not Xbox, Game Boy Advance? Let's try that. That was Game Boy Advance. And side view is correct, okay. Because we know isometric isn't. And Nintendo or Game Freak are the publisher is correct. It's probably Nintendo that we're looking for. It's not role-playing, it's not turn-based, it's not adventure. Looks like it's action, considering all these matches. And it's more recent than that. But it's not a Pokemon game. So what side view Nintendo games are we looking at? So we're probably looking at Nintendo DS. Something like some kind of Super Mario Bros. Now, what would be... What Super Mario game is going to be on... Oh, we could go Super Mario Maker. That's definitely side view. Before we click this guess, I think that's more recent than 2002. Nintendo Switch is a valid answer here. Maybe the year before 2012 might be off though. I think Mario Maker's too modern for that, actually. Action. We haven't got platformer on this list yet. It's not shooter, it's not racing. This kind of makes sense. And also we'd guess the Mario Saga, so hopefully we're getting close with that. It is side view. It is a platformer, but it's something else as well. It's not on the Wii U. It's not a Mario game. And it's earlier. So between the Game Boy Advanced and the Wii U, console wise, I think we're still looking at Nintendo because Nintendo's come up twice here. It's not just single player and it's not just single or multiplayer. It could, it could be single player and versus. What side view games? We could take a clue here. We've still got 5 lives, so that would use one of our lives. We're looking probably for a Nintendo Wii game. Or Game Boy DS. Which I don't really know. Maybe like a Kirby? Platform puzzler, I'm gonna guess. Something like that. I don't know what Kirby games were on DS though. Return to Dreamland? That's got to be more recent than Dreamland, right? Let's try that. Okay, right. Split screen multiplayer co-op. It's on the Wii because Wii U was wrong. Platform is right. Action's right. Older than 2011, so older than this. Nintendo's still right, but it's not. We're not looking at a Kirby, right? Kirby, sorry, Nintendo side view, Nintendo Wii games. I think we might take a clue here. What Nintendo games can I think of? That's the question. Nintendo Wii, so we're using motion controls for a side scroller. Maybe like a Donkey Kong Country? I think there was a Wii version of one of those. Let's take the clue. Yeah. We lose life. We get this once per game. On the Havoc engine. What? What games were on Havoc engine? It's not a shooter. It's not racing. This is tough. I don't know what Havoc made. I recognise the name, but I can't remember. Would looking up the Havoc logo be... I think I'm going to do that, because I don't feel like that's cheating. Havoc. Game engine logo. I want to avoid... Right. Is this bringing up any memories? Why would they do a side scroller for this? I can't think of anything that's going to be a side scroller that's not a platformer. And it is a platformer. Havoc on the Wii. And it's only side view. God, I've got no idea of this. What can we guess? I can only think of like a Donkey Kong. Advance Wars would be isometric, wouldn't it? What Nintendo Wii games were there? None of the Zeldas are going to be side-scroller. And I don't think there'd be Havoc engine, would they? Right. Do we have a look at Havoc Games? Definitely cheating. Well, we've got only one life left. Nintendo games. What Nintendo games can we think of? Nintendo Wii. I can only think of 3D games on the Wii. Like Wii Sports wouldn't be side view. God, this is so tough. And stuff like Metal Slug are out of the question because it's not a shooter. Okay, Havoc Engine games. Let's see if there's anything we can look at that, just if we look at the names, is there anything that jumps out? No. Okay, I feel like now it's moved on to something that I kind of don't feel too bad about not knowing, because I don't think I would have known it. Right. Let's help ourselves out. Just Wii games. Destroy all humans? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have got this. I don't know any of these games. Right, consoles. Oh, aren't listed for most of them. Okay, that's great. Yeah. We'll go by year. We're looking for something between 2002 and 2011. I'm not going to be able to guess this anyway, so I don't feel bad about looking through this list. Not PS2. Construction, Destruction. No idea what that is. Robot Arena Second Life? No. WWE wouldn't be side scroller, I don't think. Armed and Dangerous, Deus Ex. Gary's Mod, no. Oh, it's still GameCube stuff. We've got to go more modern than this. Happy Feet. Might be what we're looking at. It wasn't a PS2 game, right? We said no to PS... Oh, we haven't checked PS2. Action beat 'em up. That's possibly. Or the Ant Bully. Never heard of this game, but let's try it. The Ant Bully. Oh. It's not in there. I think this is going to be a game that I won't have heard of. RTS. Golden Compass. What's the most popular game on this list? Don't think Assassin's Creed is going to be it. Shrek the Third. Portal's not a side scroller. Team Fortress 2 isn't. And then these I think are getting too recent. Could be a Sonic game. Could it be a Sonic game? Sonic Unleashed? I don't know what's going to be on what engine. Wrong saga, but we're going... 2008. So we've narrowed our list down. Spore Creature Creator, no. No. Sonic Riders? We're not in the right saga, so it's not a Sonic game. Siren, Battlefield Bad Company, no. Far Cry, no. Sims? Oh, could it be a Super Smash? Could it be Smash Brawl? Oh god. I never would have got that, so I don't mind that I was lucky. We were getting close though. We kind of figured out Nintendo. Should have guessed that though. God, that was really tough. Let's try the keywords as well, and then we'll jump back into doing some Svelte. Right, so this one, are we just given the keywords? Try to guess the video game in less than 6 attempts. Guess the game based on the clues presented to you in the form of phrases or words, emojis, or even pixelated cover art. Try to combine this information to decipher which game is hidden behind the clues. So, red, the chosen game is not correct. Yellow, the chosen game is not correct, but belongs to the same saga. Right. Theft, Mexico, murder, bribery. I don't think I'm going to know this game, but some kind of like cartel. What are we looking at? I think this is going to be tricky. What's that game where you're playing as 2 brothers doing like a jailbreak? Or even Army of 2. Not in the list. Was it A Way Out? Let's try that. Okay, so it's a game that's on PC. It's an adventure game. Puzzles, betrayal, gambling, swimming, communism. What? I don't think I'm going to get this one. Betrayal, puzzles, murder, bribery. Maybe like a Far Cry? Let's try 5. I don't know where they're all set. Skeletons, corruption, underworlds, resistance. What? Guacamole? Film noir. Fixed camera. Silver Reaper, dark humor. What's that game called? Oh. LA Noire? Don't think that's going to be the case. Dialogue trees. Male protagonist. Organized crime. Yeah, I've definitely not played this game. I think I can just... oh, I can't just guess through it. Underworld and Skeletons. Soul Reaper, Dark Humor, Fixed Camera. I've got no idea what this game is. I'm just going to put in Hades because it's an Underworld game. Single player over, escaping imprisonment, underwater gameplay, pre-rendered backgrounds. Like, no. I'm gonna go with inside because, okay, I haven't played Grim Fandango. I know of it, but I wouldn't have made those links at all. Never mind, next time. Right, let's get back to our Svelte kit then. Let's reload this, hopefully, yeah. Okay, so forms. In the chapter on loading, we saw how to get data from the server to the browser. Sometimes you need to send data in the opposite direction, and that's where form comes in. Web platform's way of submitting data. Let's build a to-do app. We've already got an in-memory database set up in libserverdatabase.js, and our load function in pageserver.js uses the cookie API so that we can have a per user to-do list, right? So this is our database. Cool. But we need to add a form to create new to-dos. Oh yeah, let's have a look at this. So yeah, we have our database here. In a real app, this would be on a database rather than in memory, but for now we're just cheating. Yep. Okay. Right, so in our page.svelte file, above here, right? Each data to-dos as to-do. They've obviously updated this since. We're going to do a to-dos here, and we're going to add in our form. Oh, so we get the tag the right around. Form with a method of post. Post. And let's close out our form at the end there. Right, we are going to add in a label, which is going to say add a to-do. And then within this label, we're going to have our inputs. Oh. Put that on a new line. Input, which is going to have name of description. And autocomplete off. And then we're going to close out our input here. and we close our label. Right, so now we have add our to do. We type something in the input field and hit enter. The browser makes a post request because of the method post here to the current page, but that results in an error because we haven't created a server-side action to handle the post request. So, hello, we presenter. Sorry, post is not allowed. No action exists for this page. So we reset this. So in our page.server, we have our load function, but we're also going to export const actions or actions default async. Now we're gonna do cookies request and const data equals await request dot form data db dot create to do cookies dot get user ID. Sorry for the flashes. Data dot get. I think it's trying to reload the page too often. Should be like a little debounce on the description on the update there. Right. So what do we think this is doing? We're saying we've got a default action which receives the cookies and the request. The request is our form data, and when we receive the form data, we call the db create to do function with our user ID cookie, our user ID from the cookies, and the description from our form data in our field here. So if we do test, okay. The request is a standard request object. Await request.form data returns a form data instance. When we hit enter, the database is updated and the page reloads with the new data. Notice that we haven't had to write any fetch code or anything like that. Data updates automatically. And because we're using a form element, this app would work even if JavaScript was disabled or unavailable. Okay, interesting. Suppose all the JavaScript's running in the server side. So on the actual form, on the client side, there's no JavaScript being run. Cool, okay. Named form actions. A page that only has a single action is in practice quite rare. Most of the time you need to have multiple actions on a page, so rather than the default that we had last time. In this app, creating a to-do list isn't enough. We'd like to delete them once they're complete. Begin by replacing our default actions with named create and delete actions. So back in our server file, rather than this default, this is going to be our create function, or our create form action. And we want to have a delete as well. And we're mostly going to be doing the same stuff here. It's going to be an async cookies request, data request form data, yep. And then this is going to be delete. Oh, helps if I can type. Delete to do and get ID. Default actions cannot coexist with named actions. Okay, so we can't have a default and a delete, for example. The form element has an optional action attribute, which is similar to an A element's href attribute. Update the existing form so it points to the new create action. Okay. So because we're posting here, we are then also telling it what's this /create? Why the question mark? The action attribute can be any URL. If the action was defined on another page, you might have something like to-dos $create. Since the action is on this page, we can omit the path name altogether, hence the leading question mark. Why question mark though? Why? Let's have a look. Where's actions? See, look here, where our action is just log in. This is telling us to look for the login page.server action, right? Yeah. Why? I still don't get why the question mark's there though. Get versus post. Further reading tutorial forms. No. What does that mean with the question mark? URL question mark slash question mark meaning. Consider form action. Question mark denotes the query string. We post the current URL with the query string parameter of login. Okay, so where we're saying here, so we're saying post this as a query to this route, maybe? I'm not entirely sure if that's correct. Okay, well, we'll continue on. Next, we want to create a form for each to do. Complete with a hidden input that uniquely identifies it. So in our page file here, within our li, we want to do form method equals post, action equals delete, it's going to have an input type hidden, name equals id, value to-do.id. Okay. Span with our description. And a button with an ARIA label, mark as complete. Mark as complete. And then we need to close our form. Right. So. Oh, that's why that's not liking that. The ARIA label. I feel like something's slightly off there. Because normally the CSS is pretty good. Probably got something wrong. Yeah, why is that different? Oh, because I called it from, not form. that would help. There we go. Okay, so now we could add a new item to our to-dos. Don't know why it changed our dark mode there, but adds the new item, and within that new item we have a button which submits to our form, which is our delete, and it removes it from the list. Cool. Up next, validation. Users are a mischievous bunch who will submit all kinds of nonsensical data if given the chance. To prevent them from causing chaos, it's important to validate form data. The first line of defense is the browser's built-in form validation, which makes it easier, for example, to mark an input as required. Okay. So we can just add required to this tag. That's it. Try hitting input enter while it's empty. That seemed to have worked. Let's refresh this. Get rid of those two. Did I spell required wrong? No. Added to do. Method post. That looks like it's spelled correctly. I'm on the right page. I think it's a very quick solve now. It's going to do all the other stuff. Let's see what it does. See, the problem is... Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I feel like this code playground here doesn't always run properly. It might be some interplay with settings on Chrome or something like that, but yeah, I feel like it's got some issues. Cool. That's what we expect. So because we said it's required, if you try and submit it without any details, it says, please fill out this field. Right. This kind of validation is helpful but insufficient. Some validation rules, example, uniqueness can't be expressed using input attributes. In any case, if the user is an elite hacker, they might simply delete the attributes using the browser's dev tools. To guard against these sorts of shenanigans, you should always have server-side validation too. So in our server DB file, validate that the description exists and is unique. Okay, so we go here. When we have a create to do, first thing we're going to do is check if description. Can I just do if not description? Throw new error. To do must have a description. Description. That looks kind of right. So now we press enter. Yeah, maybe I have to do equals, triple equals blank. So now have a try. I don't see the error being thrown, but is that because we're not catching it? Or are we not running it again? Let's add the rest of it and see if that fixes it. If to-dos dot find to do. So if it already exists in our list, to do dot description. If that exists, then throw new error. Error. To-dos must be unique. There we go. Right. What have we done wrong? Find needs another opening bracket. There we go. Are we meant to take off this required? I think we do. Just for this test. Because yeah, we want to see us going to this error page, right? So we try and do test again. Then we get our error. I don't know why it's doing this weird change of dark mode. Okay. But if we do this, it takes us to an unfriendly looking error page. On the server, we see a to-dos must be unique error, which we can see here. Maybe? Yeah, error here. To-dos must be unique. But Sveltekit hides unexpected error messages from users because it often contains sensitive data. It'd be much better to stay on the same page and provide an indication of what went wrong so the user can fix this. To do this, we can use the fail function to return data from the action along with an appropriate HTTP status code. So on our page.server.js, we want to import fail. Fail from at okay, svelte/sveltejs/kit, and when we do our to-do create here, we receive the form data, and then we're going to try to do our db.create, but we're going to catch any errors, and if we do get an error, we're instead going to return this fail with a 422 code, which is one of the HTML status codes, which we'll look up in a second, and description data.get description, and the error is going to be our error message, error.message. Okay, so now we also need to probably do something in here, right? Can access the return value via the form prop, which is only ever populated after form submission. Okay. So in here we say export let form, and here under our to-dos we say if form exists, find the error data, and we're going to close out the if function there, or the if logic there, and within this we're going to have a p tag with a class of error that has our form dot error message. Close out our p tag. Okay, so if we try and submit test again, we get to-dos must be unique, which is our error message back because it failed. Okay. You can also return data from an action without wrapping it in fail. For example, to show a success message when data was saved, and it will be available via the form prop. Okay. So here, if we return data return, how are we meant to do this? We just do return message success. Right. Let's try that. And then in our page.svelte, if form.error, success we want to put here, right? So form.success, form.success. So this will be underneath the form. So new item. That didn't work. Oh wait, we didn't even add this, did we? Oh. Form post create here. Value equals form question mark dot description. I have no idea what this double question mark is doing. What on earth is that doing? JavaScript. Question mark. Can we search for that? Logic operator question mark. Double question mark. Okay, so that is doing the nullish coalescing operator is a logical operator that returns its right-hand side operand when its left-hand side operand is null or undefined, and otherwise returns the left-hand side operand. So basically it's saying if the thing on the left is null or undefined, then return the thing on the right. Okay, so if our form description doesn't exist, then our value is empty. So this is where we do test, for example. So it must be unique, but test still remains in the form. Don't know why it is messing up with the styling. Right, let's solve it. My question is, why? Yeah, like this, return to do's. So I think on here, we should be able to return here. And we should be able to return a success. Description error. Added successfully. Right? That should work. And then we should be able to access that property. Similar to this. Which I want to put under here. Yeah, okay, so it does work. I don't know why it wasn't working before. Wonder if we got a style that's not error. Where's that styling coming from? There's our error. So let's just do similar to that. We'll do a success and we'll color it green. Just as an example. Then on here, rather than this error here, class equals success. And now it is great. Added successfully. Is that green? Looks like it faded back into uncolored, which I think it has. Oh, it's weird. Look, it's broken up the class name. So it might be that I'm typing too quickly. I've got to give it time to update. Yeah, look, now it's green. Cool. Up next, progressive enhancement. Because we're using form, our app works even if the user doesn't have JavaScript, which happens more often than you probably think. Let's have a look at this. Your user requests your web app. Has a page loaded yet? Okay. That's great, because it means our app is resilient. Most of the time users do have JavaScript. In those cases, we can progressively enhance the experience, the same way Sveltekit progressively enhances anchor tags by using client-side routing. Import the enhance function from app forms. So in our page.svelte, we're here, and we're going to import enhance from $ app forms. Okay. And add the use enhance directive to the form element. So our form element here, we're going to say use enhance. Oh, and on our delete as well, which is further down here. Cool. And that's all it takes. Now when JavaScript is enabled, use enhance will emulate the browser native behavior except for full page reloads. It'll update the form prop, invalidate all data on successful response, causing those functions to rerun. Navigate to the nearest new page on a direct response. Render the nearest error page if an error occurs. Now that we're updating the page rather than reloading it, we can get fancy with transitions. So wait, if I do no, I test. Okay, so now it's not reloading the page. This is great. But if we do this is great, that's fine. Okay. And if we delete, yeah, okay, now it's not reloading. Cool. Okay, but we can get fancy. So in here we can import some animations or transitions. So fly and slide from Svelte / transitions. Not transitions, transition. Okay, and then on our list items, which we are displaying here, we're going to add in animation direction of fly, and we're going to give it some parameters. Y equals 20. So we're going to have a starting position of 20. Right. So now when we add an item, it should fly in from the bottom, I think. So we add our test back. Yep. And when we delete it, it will slide away. Lovely. Up next, customizing use enhance. With use enhance, we can go further than just emulating the browser's native behavior. By providing a callback, we can add things like pending states and optimistic UI. Let's simulate a slow network by adding an artificial delay to our two actions. Okay. Something appears to have gone wrong here. Hello? Let's solve and reset it. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that wasn't rendering. So we're going to our page.server, and where we are doing our create action here, we are just putting in an await new promise, fulfill. And this is going to do a set timeout. Delete. And that's going to do... It's going to return our fulfill function after 1 second. Okay, so we're adding 1 second of delay before it can continue. And we're just going to do the same on the delete. When we create or delete items, it now takes a full second before the UI updates, leaving the user wondering if they messed up somehow. To solve that, add some local state. So in our file here, we're going to do these two local functions, local variables, sorry, creating equals false. Oh, helps if I can spell or type. And let deleting equal this empty array. So we want to toggle creating inside the first use enhance block. So where we're using enhance here, rather than just calling it, we're going to trigger an arrow function which sets the value of creating to true. Let's do new line as it's expecting. Let's just tidy this up a little bit. I think we need another closing brace, don't we? Yeah. Okay, creating equals true. Return async update or update. We're gonna await update. Creating equals false. Okay, so when the update completes, we reset the creating boolean back to false. Ooh. Right, and then in our input, we're going to disable it. Disable equals creating. So while creating is true, it's this is disabled. Let's just reload that. Creating is spelled right. There we go. I think again it's typing too quickly. So then we can show a message while we're saving the data. So here, where we click on, so while we're uploading, we say if creating equals true. Let's close out our if block. While that's happening, we want a span to show up. Ooh, span of a class of saving. And it's just going to say saving in it. Ooh. And then we're going to close our span. Right now, if we try and do test2, we get that for a second and then it's saved. Okay, cool. And it disables the box. In case deletions, we don't really need to wait for the server to validate anything. We can just update the UI immediately. So here in our each block, data.todos.filter. Oh, filter. To do. Not deleting. Includes todo.id. Right, so what this is saying is when we iterate over our each block, we are doing that over what was originally the data.todos array, but we're now also filtering it against the deleting array, where the current to-do ID that we're looking at, if it's included in the deleting array, then this will be true. Then we're flipping this to be the ones that aren't in that array and returning just that filtered array. That's what we're iterating over. And here with our use enhance, we are going to run this arrow function. We're just going to say deleting equals our current deleting array with our new to-do.id value added on. Return async update. Right, I'm gonna go back over this in a second because I feel like there's a lot here. Await updates, deleting equals deleting filter ID not equal to do ID. Right, okay. So is update just a standard function again? I feel like update is something specific. So look, if we go to here and we search for update, anything in here? Configuration. I feel like update is something Svelte specific as well. Right, enhance. This action enhances the form element that otherwise would work without JavaScript. Submitted function is called upon submission with the given form data and the action that should be triggered. Okay. If cancel is called, the form will not be submitted. Use the abort controller to cancel the submission in case another one starts. If a function is returned, that function is called with the response from the server. If nothing is returned, the fallback will be used. Okay. If this function or its return value isn't set, pulls back the updating form prop. Okay, I think I'm not sure where update comes from. But yeah, basically what we're saying here, so we figured out this first bit. So when we do a create post, we wait to see if anything on this page updates. Anything in our data, I think it's looking at data. I'm not entirely sure. we're setting creating to true. And when we receive the update, we set it back to false. So while it's true, while we're waiting for our server to confirm the update and return it to the page, we then add in the span that says saving. So that will appear for about a second because of the second delay that we added into our database, into our server, sorry. This set timeout, which adds a second delay to the create. And when we delete something, this delete, what we're doing is we're using our deleting array, which we initialize as an empty array. We add in the to-do ID of the button that got clicked for the delete. And that's it. And what we do, because our deleting array gets updated, that means each block knows that it has to recheck what data should be shown on the page, which is based on the deleting array. So it will automatically update our list of to-dos by removing the one that we just deleted. And then a second later, the server will respond with its update. And when that happens, we update our deleting array as being a filtered list of our to-do. Oh, sorry. No, we're basically here iterating over the deleting array and removing any items that don't match a to-do list item. So if it still exists in the to-do array, so let's say we click like 3 deletes quickly, or like, let's say we delete this, wait half a second, then delete this. After a second, we'll get an update function, which will still have 1 and 3, because 2's been deleted. This entry, the middle entry. So the ID will be no longer in the to-do array. So the deleting array can be updated to remove that. And then half a second later again, we'll get another update. I'm assuming this is just an event then. And that will tell this line here to set our deleting array to be the new filtered array, which will be empty, because none of the items in the deleting array, or the one remaining item, the ID will not match the to-do ID because it won't exist anymore. So even though it deletes immediately, actually on the server end, it takes a second for it to be deleted, but that doesn't really matter. Cool. Okay. I think we got there. Next, API routes. What are we looking at? 3, 3, and 4. What did we just do? We just did forms. That was quite a long one. Let's see. This looks quite short. Let's do API routes and then we'll do another quick break. Or do we do a quick break here? Let's do a little quick break here, because that one drained me a little bit. So just another quick screen break. Back in a bit. That, and that. Let's go. Right. Let's have a little look then. Let's get these back off screen. You, and you. Cool. Right, API handlers. Yeah. Right, just set that up. That's fine, that's fine. Okay. API routes, sorry. Sveltekit allows you to create more than just pages. We also create API routes by adding a plus server.js file that exports functions corresponding to HTTP methods: get, put, post, patch, and delete. This app fetches data from a role API route when you click the button. Okay. Oh, sorry. This app in particular, the example that we're given, fetches data from a role route when you click the button. Oh, we need to make that role route. Okay, so we're going to do a new folder called role, and we're going to do a new file in here that is our server.js file. So it's different from page.server.js because this doesn't have a corresponding page that it's meant to be running with. This is just a server-side API that we want to have available. I think that's my understanding of that. So, create that route by adding the server file. Yep. Okay, in this server file, we're going to export a get function. Function get. And this is going to create a math.floor of math.random times 6. So we're going to use the random number generator, which creates a value between 0 and 1. We're going to times it by 6, and then we're going to floor it. So we can get a value between 1 and 6. No, 0 and 6. No, between 0 and 5. What if it's a value of 1 though? I'm sure math.random can return 1, can't it? So math.floor of 6 would be 6. Can it not return 1? Maybe it doesn't include the top end. Return new response. Number. Headers. Content type of application JSON. Right. Firstly, I want to look at this. Returns a pseudo-random number that's greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. Okay. So it can't return 1. Fair enough. Clicking the button now works. Roll to 6, roll to 2, roll to 4, roll to 5. Cool. Request handlers must return a response object. Since it's common to return JSON from an API route, Sveltekit provides a convenience function for generating these responses. Ah, that's nice. So rather than having to do this header, we can default to just return JSON. So if we comment this bit out, we can just return JSON number, and it should work exactly the same. No. Oh, because we didn't import our JSON function. Import function called JSON from Svelte, no, at Svelte JS/kit. now? Yeah, now it's working. Cool. So what do we want to look at? We looked at response. So response constructor, response object. So the body can be any one of these types. Status codes on options, all that kind of stuff. So it's just standard. It's a standard structure or constructor. Cool. Right, up next, post handlers. Right. Let me just finish my coffee. One sec. Right. You can also add handlers that mutate data, such as post. In most cases, you should use form actions instead, because you'll end up writing less code and it will work without JavaScript, making it more resilient. Okay. Inside the keydown event handler of the added to do input, let's post some data to the server. So here, of our input, on keydown, if it's enter, yeah, I can see why I would rather use the form actions, because that's been designed to be way better. But this is also good to understand. So if it's enter, we set the inputs to our current target element. We set the description to our input value, and then we handle our submission here. So const response equals await fetch do this is going to be method post. Body is going to be JSON dot stringify. The description and the headers is going to be content type application JSON. Close that out, close that, close bracket, close that. Cool. Here we're posting some JSON to the to-do API route. We're doing a post to to-do API, which doesn't exist, so we're going to have to make a new folder called to-do. And in this, we want a new file, which is our plus server.js file. All right, let's see how much of this we can do. So we want, oh no, no. I accidentally clicked the top here. So it goes back to the home page. Okay, we just typed this, so we're just going to copy this one. No, that didn't work. Copy, paste. There we go. Right, and our routes. So new folder, to do, and new file, which is going to be our server.js. Right, no, .js. New file, server.js. Right. Now we're going to export function post can't think of anything. I can't think of anything else we're doing. Here we're posting some some JSON to the to-do API route using a user ID from the user's cookies, and receiving the ID of the newly created to-do in response. Create the to-do route by adding the server, with a post handler that calls create to-do in the database. Right, so we're importing that JSON function again. That was from at svelte.js/kit. Oh, kit. That one. Import default as database from lib/server/database.js. Export async function post. And we're giving that the request and the cookies. Probably don't need that big space there. Okay, and then const description. Why are we destructuring that? Await request. JSON request const user ID equals cookies get user ID const ID equals await database dot create to do. We'll go over this in a second once we finish typing out. User ID description return JSON ID and status of 201, which is a new item created. Okay, so we're saying, so from this request, which is coming from our page file, we're receiving the body with the description, which is the input value. So this is saying, ignore the rest of the request. We just want the description. Okay, that's why we're destructuring. So we're creating a variable called description that is just taking the description of the request here. So what we could do is console, oh wait, actually, const, let's do request data equals await request.json, and then const description equals request data. Might work, but what I want to do here is console.log request data. And I think if we look at the terminal here, we can then add like test here, and we see our request data is test. So here, if we do console log description, new item Yeah, so it destructures this. So these braces here, the curly braces around our item, our variable name, is saying we know that this is an object, and we know that this object has a property called description. I think if we called this description 2, it wouldn't work, right? This is a new test. I can't remember. We still got the yeah. So there you go. Oh no, wait. Yeah, so description 2 is undefined because it doesn't match description, even if we did update that, which we were meant to do. So it only works that way around. You can only do this if we know that this object structure definitely has this property. I think this is just my understanding. I need to caveat all of my statements in this. This is based on my understanding of what I'm learning. Okay, as with load functions and form actions, the request is a standard request object. Await request JSON returns the data that we posted from the event handler. So this data here, this post. We're returning a response with 201 created. And the ID of the newly created to-do in our database. Back in the event handler, we can use this to update the page. Oh, okay. So we have a look at our HTTP status. Maybe we can go back to the home page. What? God. I mean, this is one way to show. Show what the different HTML status codes are. Request header too large. Service unavailable. Very good. Insufficient storage. Jesus Christ, that bone. I bet they had fun looking through finding these options. Okay. We're returning that response. So back in the event handler here, we can use this to update the page. So after our content type, but before the input value, we want to do here const ID equals await response dot JSON data to-dos equals data dot to-dos ID and description. A little bit slower. Should you mutate data in such a way that you get the same result by reloading the page? Okay, so because we know when we do this post, when we get the response back from that post, we can update our to-dos array with the new item rather than refreshing the page to fetch these new items that we've added in. So if we add like test 2, it gets added in. But if we didn't have this line, these lines, if we didn't have these lines, let's just cut them then. and we tried to do test 3, does it not add in? Yeah, so it submits to the database, but this doesn't get updated. But then we update, we now get our test 3 added. So this line is skipping out that refresh. But again, like they're saying up here, if we use the form actions like we just did previously, this is kind of all done for us, and it's all done way more effectively, I would suggest. Are we doing the delete as well? I don't think we're doing the delete. Other handlers. Do we want to do... Yeah, okay. Similarly, we can add handlers for other HTTP verbs. Add a to-do ID route. Add a to-do ID route by creating that server with put and delete handlers for toggling and removing to-dos, using the toggle to-do and delete to-do functions in the database. Okay, so we want a new folder, which is just our ID. And within that, we want a new file, which is another server.js file. Right. And what we're doing, we're creating put and delete functions for specific IDs. So import our database. Database from our lib folder, lib/server/database.js. Export async function put. So this is our put function, which takes params, request. We'll get there eventually. And cookies. And we're going to take the done parameter off of the response. Await request. Off of the request. Sorry. .json. And we're going to take the user ID from our cookies. User ID, okay. And we're then going to await this function toggle to do. So put is like an update, I think. User ID. ID of params.id and done. Return new response null with a status code of 204, which is updated, I think. Right, so that's our update function. And we're also doing a delete function, which is mostly the same. So let's save ourselves a bit of typing. Delete, which doesn't have a request. We don't care about that. Database delete to do. And we need user ID param. We don't care about the done status. And again, a 204. No content. Oh, the response doesn't. Okay, 204. No content. Server successfully processed the request because it's a 200 starting. It's within 200 range, but it's not returning any content. What's accepted? 202. Is there an updated? I think that's just the no content. Yeah. Okay. We can now interact with this endpoint inside our event handlers. So in our routes page.svelte, label input. Wait, are we overwriting this whole function? That doesn't seem right. No, it's not there. We're looking at this, the checkbox here. Sorry. So these checkboxes here, we're saying when a user clicks the checkbox, we're going to send off and put a method call to our slash to do slash to do dot id with method put body of JSON dot string if I done. So we're just passing the done value, and again that headers content type application JSON. Right, it doesn't like something here. Oh, because I've done it dot there. Okay. And then our mark as complete button just in here, we're just going to do await fetch. Let's just copy this because it's still the same. We're just going to do method delete. Is that it? We don't need that. No, we do need that. Beta.todos. Beta.todos.filter. T. No, T is not equal to do. Okay, so what's this doing?
It's 8:45 p.m.
Don't know why Alexa thought I was asking the time there, but okay, so I think I understand this bit, right? So if we click the check box, we are sending a put request to our specific to do and all we need to send is the status of the done flag in this case. So in here we get our request parameters, which includes the ID from the request content, which is just the done flag, which we're destructuring here, and then the cookies to tell us which user ID we're looking at, because if another person visits this site, it's going to be a different item in the database, and we're using cookies to differentiate. And then we're calling the toggle to do function in the database for that user ID, for that parameter, and we're passing in the current state, so it will toggle to the opposite. So then the database gets updated. Where are we? Down here. So actually, Oh, but then the checkbox also updates. That's fine. So we do that and refresh it. It should stay checked. Yeah. Now, if we click the delete button, we are calling the delete method in the to-do ID here. So it passes the ID into this delete function. From the params, we get the ID of the to-do item, and we call the delete function in the database. That returns a 204, and in the meantime, on the page, we automatically update our list to not include that item anymore. So delete should automatically delete it, but then when we refresh, it's also changed in the database. Cool. Right. We understand that. On to stores, which has 3, and then we've got errors. So last few bits. What does advanced look like? Not loads of stuff. I think that's 2 though. Stores page. So as we learned earlier, so in our previous writable stores tutorial, Svelte stores are a place to put data that doesn't belong to an individual component. Sveltekit makes 3 read-only stores available via the App Stores module: Page, Navigating, and Updated. The one you'll most often use is Page, which provides information about the current page. So the Page store has the URL of the current page, the parameters of the current page, which if we look at params, is in here. Yeah, that's those parameters. Okay. The root, an object with an ID property representing the current root. Okay. The status code of the current page, any errors, data for the current page, combining the return values of all load functions. That would have been useful to know a bit earlier, because when we were looking at it, but we figured that out anyway, so that's fine. And the form, which is data returned from a form action. As with any other store, you can reference its value in a component by prefixing its name with the $symbol. For example, you can access the current path name as $page URL path name. So in our layout we're looking at, so here we're going to add in our script tag, and here we're going to import our page store from app/stores. Nope. Oh, Minecraft's so good. This is Minecraft song, isn't it? Well, it's a reinterpretation of Sweden. Aria. The music was so good in that game. Current page.url path name. Okay, so what we're saying here is we're setting the aria current tag to true if our path name is just the default index URL in this case. Now that should be okay, and I guess this is telling it to underline it, right? If we have an aria true somewhere here. So aria current, where's our aria current? Might not be in here. Maybe it's in our page. No. sure that it must be doing something like that. Anyway, that's, oh, there we go. If the nav is ARIA current, then we're doing this underline. That's all that's doing. But because we haven't done it on our about yet, it doesn't know that. So this will be exactly the same. But this path name will be about. There you go. So now it knows which page it's on. If we did this as just the default path name again, so while we're on about, we won't get any underlines. If we go to home, they'll both be underlined. Cool. Oh, that's it. Navigating. The navigating store represents the current navigation. When a navigation starts because of a link click or a back forward navigation or a programmatic go-to, the values of navigation will become an object with the following properties: to and from, objects with param, route and URL properties, and type, i.e. the type of navigation. Complete information, visit the navigation documentation. Okay. It can be used to show a loading indicator for long-running navigations. In this exercise, our routes server file and our routes about server both have an artificial delay. So if we have a look in this, they do a second delay and a second delay in here. Inside the layout file, import the navigation store and add a message to the nav bar. So we're going to do import navigating from our stores. And we're going to say in our nav bar, if navigating, and we're going to close our if bracket here. If we're navigating, we want to say navigating to navigation store, navigating dot to dot URL URL dot path name. If navigating, why does it not like that? Navigating. Now navigating doesn't look like a real word. Let's just copy and paste this. Those are all correct. .to.url. Path name, that looks correct. And if slot, why do you not like this? Right, when we click solve, what updates? Something updated. Oh, yeah. Okay. The dollar directive there. Oh, so it blanks out when it's not in use. Okay. I think. So now when we navigate with the 1 second delay, tells us that we're going here, we're going to about. Nice. Next, updated. The updated store contains true or false depending on whether a new version of the app has been deployed since the page was first opened. For this to work, your svelte.config.js must specify kit version poll interval. This poll interval. So every 5 seconds we're checking for an update. Version changes only happen in production, not during development. For that reason, updated will always be false in this tutorial, okay? You can manually check for new versions regardless of poll interval by calling updated.check. So on our layout here, we want to say under our slot. Oh, we've got it here already. Bit confusing. If updated, P-class toast, new version of the app is available. On click, reload the page. Okay. So let's just cheat that for a moment. Let's do navigating instead. Let's just see what that would look like. Cool. That's quite useful. So this basically says if a user's been on the page, I think this only matters if we're updating our application often, or if you want to force an update on someone. Yeah, I don't think that's important. Right, errors and redirects. It's interesting, but yeah. There are two types of errors in Sveltekit: expected errors and unexpected errors. An expected error is one that was created with the error helper, as we've used already. So expected, page will never be rendered because we are on load. We are just throwing that error straight away. Any other error, such as the one in unexpected page.server, this one, error kaboom, is treated as unexpected. What is the difference? Oh, because we're importing error to use here, whereas this is just throwing the error, which doesn't handle the error nicely like Svelte likes to. When you throw an unexpected error, you're telling Sveltekit, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Oh no, sorry, when you throw an expected error, don't worry, I know what I'm doing here. An unexpected error, by contrast, is assumed to be a bug in your app. When an unexpected error is thrown, its message and stack trace will be logged to the console. In a later chapter, we'll learn how to add custom error handling using the handle error hook. If you click links in this app, you'll notice an important difference. The expected gives us a 400 message, which is generic internal error message. Oh no, sorry. So our error message is shown to the user, whereas the unexpected error is redacted and replaced with internal error and 500 status code. Okay. That's because error messages can contain sensitive data. Cool. Error pages. When something goes wrong inside a load function, Sveltekit renders an error page. The default error page is somewhat bland. We can customize it by creating a roots error.svelte component. So in our roots file, we've got a new file called error.svelte. And in this file, we want a script. Ooh. Let's bring these back across. Okay, so in this, we want to import our page store from app stores. And we want to import emojis from emojis.js. Okay. And on our error page, we're going to do an H1, which has our page.status and our page.error.message. And also a span, style. We're going to do a massive font size on here for some reason. Font size 10 EM. Huge. We're gonna call emojis. Page.status. Status. Emojis 500. Okay, so we have a specific emoji depending on the status that we're passing. Or if that doesn't exist, then we default back to the 500 error, which is internal server error. So we go to the expected error, enhance your count, we've just got a square. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's meant to be a question mark? And then this is that one, okay. Notice the error.svelte component is rendered inside the root layout file. So this with our nav bar in our slot. So you still keep the nav bar. Why does it not like this? Is there an error in what I've done? But we can do an expected error. .svelte here, where we just say H1. This error was expected. The component will be rendered for expected, while the root error page will be rendered for any other errors that occur. Okay. So this emoji is ignored now because when we render this error, the 420 error, we get this error page rather than this error page. Cool. Okay, fallback errors. If things go really wrong, an error occurs while loading the root layout data, or while rendering the error page, the Sveltekit will fall back to a static error page. We're almost there. Last two. Add a new layout.server file to see this in action. So in our roots file, layout.server.js, and we're gonna export. Oh, I can't type. Export function load. Throw new error. Yikes. Yakers. Right, we can customize. Wait, so now it should just load. It should just throw. Oh, okay, yeah, it's just throwing this error all the time, regardless of where we go. But we can customize what we see on this page by making an error.html file here. And for example, we're doing game over. We're saying paragraph tag, the code Sveltekit.status, and another paragraph with Sveltekit.error.message. Game over, code 500, internal error. So we could do things like Oh, this is just an HTML file, isn't it? I don't know if we can just do start here, can we? No, color. No, it's not going to render that, is it? Because this is not a Svelte file. Okay. The file can include the error code and the error message, which is just going to say internal error for the moment. Okay, so this is like the hard fallback. Cool. Next, redirects. And this is the last one, actually. We can also use the throw mechanism to redirect from one page to another. Create a new load function in routes A, page.server.js, and in this we're going to import redirect from Sveltekit. Oh no, sorry, Svelte.js/kit. Export function load. So when this page loads, we want to throw a redirect with a 307 status to /b. So now when we go to A, we go straight to B instead. You can throw redirect inside load functions, form actions, API routes, and the handle hook, which we'll discuss in the later chapter. Most common status codes you'll see 303 for form actions, which is successful submission, 307 for temporary redirects, and 308 for permanent redirects. I think the difference is with 308, it can tell your browser, so the clients, to cache the new endpoint rather than having to check for the redirect again. So in future, if you do try and go to the previous place that has the permanent redirect, it doesn't bother looking for that. It will go straight to the permanent redirect instead, I think. Cool. So up next, advanced Svelte kit. So hooks, page options, link options, advanced routing, advanced loading, environment variables, and conclusion. So that's going to be all. I think I'm going to split this up into 2 separate streams going forward. We just about managed to get through our basic Svelte. Sorry, a basic Svelte kit. They weren't too bad. There were a few little bits here and there that don't feel like they were necessary, but again, there's a lot of content that's trying to teach, so fair enough. But yeah, the advanced ones are probably going to be a little bit more detailed, so we'll wait until we get onto those next time. And then, well, so this is going to be 2 more streams about this, and then we'll probably do 1 or 2 wrap-up streams where we just try and implement some of those ideas in a slightly more streamlined fashion, but it's probably not going to be more streamlined, but it's going to help me understand the concepts a bit more. That'll be the focus. So yeah, I think with that, I'm probably going to wrap up here. The only other option would be to do some pixel art, but I don't think I've got it in me today. I find these mass learning sessions a bit, well, it can be quite heavy. Some of the topics, like draining heavy, not yeah. So what we're doing tomorrow, probably not. I think probably Monday will be the next chapter of this. Continue with the advanced Svelte. And we'll look into hooks, page options, and link options, I think. And then advanced routing, advanced loading, and environment variables, the one after. I assume conclusion is just like, yeah, there's not much there. Nice. Well, I hope it's been interesting to people. As always, this will go up onto the YouTube channel, and I'll be adding in all of the links in the descriptions and timestamps. Thanks for people who've dipped in for lurks and posted in chats. Hope it's been interesting. I think it'll start being a bit more interesting once I'm like applying to a project. And what I want to do is set up some templates with some reusable functionality that we can just like copy and paste into new projects, or maybe even look into like packaging it up, and that way I can reference in my own code. But we'll see. Don't know entirely what the plan will be going forward, but yeah, hopefully do some more streams Monday, Tuesday next week. Cheers, and I hope everyone has a good weekend. Thanks, bye.